No, yesterday they said they. Thanks. Good morning, colleagues. We'll just wait a few minutes just for people to file in, but in the meantime, please register by using that QR code. The instruction is that all of us must register as being present. If you did choose your breakaway session yesterday, please don't do that again today. But if you did not choose it yesterday, please go ahead and do that. So we all registering to be as present, and if you did not choose your breakaway session yesterday, please do so this morning. Thank you. Just give it 5 minutes and then we'll start. Thank you. It is 9:10. I suggest we start, otherwise the program will be delayed. I would like to start by recognizing members of the provincial executive, the DG of DPME, the commissioners, both national and provincial. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Ntutuko Pengo. I'm glad to be here this morning to welcome you to the second day of the planning summit. I will remind you again to use the QR code to register, and I will be overseeing first session of today's program. And in this regard, we will first have Dr. Moses Kasela, the head of department of the National Provincial, Northern Cape Provincial Treasury, who will be then followed by Dr. Boitumelo Ramatsetse, Commissioner on the NPC. I will then give you further information about how the breakaway sessions will be handled. Without wasting any more time, I welcome on stage Dr. Kasela, who will give us a recap of yesterday's proceedings. Thank you.
I think let's start. Good morning. Morning. It works. It works. Thank you, Dr. Bengu, for the opportunity. The MECs present, the commissioners, the DG of our province, and colleagues. I will start this session by quoting these few words. It's from some academic at the University of the Free State. The DG, I think yesterday, cited the top academic there. I'm following suit. The words are as follows. As we plan for the future, we know that the assumptions and paradigms we hold for tomorrow's world have already changed. Close quote. These words are from Professor Vasu Reddy. He is the Deputy Vice Chancellor responsible for research and internationalization at the university. He was saying these words last Monday when the university was inaugurating the Vice Chancellor, their 17th Vice Chancellor of the university. I thought, Doc, these words are relevant for this session as well. My overview will be to have a quick recap of yesterday's setting. I will then go to some key themes which, in my view, emerged yesterday. I will invest some time there, and then I will conclude. That's just the outline of this talk. There is a detailed presentation which will be circulated. On the setting, I can just remind the audience that yesterday we had 3 sessions. It was the contextualization of the summit led by Dr. Molokwane, and it was followed by Charting South Africa's Future, by Dr. Peko. And then lastly, there were practical lessons from the NDP implementation across government by Dr. Abbas. A lot of insights stemmed out of yesterday's sessions. The contributions from the speakers in all those sessions, they covered three perspectives: international, regional, and closer here at home in South Africa. I will then come to the theme, which I want to invest some time on the themes, some of them that emerged yesterday, very broad themes. The approach that I followed, Program Director, I used an inductive approach on that, what I listened, what I reduced in the notes as I was listening, the key phrases that stemmed yesterday's. I used the word count frequency as I listened to all those speakers. And out of there is these themes then that I summarized, taking into account the sentiments as well on the themes or on the phrases that were given. First one was implementation. Almost all speakers, even the contributors during the question session, they covered implementation. I can just quote from the voices of some of those participants. The first participant, I'm quoting, "We are already having plans and systems. What is needed now is implementation," close quote. That was from Minister Ramakgopa. The other participant, which was Dr. Grace, was echoing the sentiments by the minister, and I quote as follows: "South Africa has good plans but lack implementation," close quote. Another participant, which was Dr. Mkhwananzi, I'm quoting on her, "As NPC, we're not implementers. Some of us perceive as watchdogs and others perceive us as implementers. The question of implementation worries us as NPC. We are involved in stakeholder engagement to answer the question of implementation," close quote. I thought let me just cover from those voices that just to support the theme that all the speakers in one way or another cited implementation as the key issue. The sub-theme there that I noted on implementation on hard issues, I will call it a sub-theme hard issues of financial resources and financial strategies. They came out there. The costing of NPC, it was a sub-theme. Capacity of the state to deliver was another sub-theme. ICT digitization, it emerged, and many, many others. Then I categorized the soft issues as part of implementation. The issue of culture, it was an issue that emerged there. If I can just cite from the voice on that sub-theme, it was Dr. Grace from Malawi who spoke of the mindset change. Issues of misalignment. It was an issue, a softer issue. The DG cited the differences of the planning cycles at provincial and local government. The issue of the silos. The participant there cited, I thought it captured that phrase, it captured the cracks on those soft issues. The Premier cited gatekeepers at state organs. I thought for me it stood out there under soft issues. Integration, coordination, M&E, reflexivity was also a sub-issue under soft issues there. Self-criticism came from the participant there. I can go on and on, Dr. Bengu, on those softer issues, but under the main theme, implementation as the key issue. Progress and impact of country plans. It was a major issue that stemmed yesterday. When I was listening there, it was a mixed bag. I can just quote from the voices that spoke on that issue. I can quote, "Things have changed for the better, but a lot still needs to be done," one participant indicated, and that participant was the DG. Another participant indicated, "Education is close to universal access by SDG standards in South Africa, but quality could be looked at," close quotes. That was Dr. Masiteng giving a UN perspective on SDGs. I must say also, in that session, second session, there was a very rich presentation which was given on how far we've traveled as a country from 2012 to 2024. It was Dr. Mkwananzi who gave that account for us as a country in the key priorities there. But what you can take away from these contributions on impact is that as a country, we've traveled for some mileage, but there is some plenty of work that still needs to be done. The theme of governance, it stood out for me. One of the sub-themes that I can cite there, the issue of the design of the NPC. It was an issue that came across, I think it was Professor Green, the originating author or contributor for that was the Premier. You will remember, ladies and gentlemen, when he posited those three models of the planning commissions in different contexts, be it prescriptive in South Korean context, be it advisory in India, or hybrid in the context of Malaysia. I thought it stood out for me under governance. There are other sub-themes there, whether it's national dialogue or accountability, but I'm not going to delve into it. But governance issues, it was a construct that came out. Factor conditions was also a major theme that came out yesterday. I can cite sub-themes like the endowment of natural resources. It came out from speakers. I remember one participant indicating geography can be an opportunity for Northern Cape. I think it was Dr. Abbas who contributed on that sub-theme. I think the message here is infrastructure, the technological know-how, the skilled labor. There are all those sub-themes that could be categorized under factor conditions. The issue of planning. It was an issue that was mentioned yesterday. Sub-themes could be fatigue, that was cited yesterday. Simplicity. Why are we having complex planning systems? There was that nice case study of Malawi, which illustrated simplicity. Evidence-based, data-driven plans. It was a sub-theme that I can go on and on that. Youth development, Dr. Bengu, it came out strongly in yesterday's decision, in yesterday's deliberations, where one can quote in the participant there, it were the students or SR representatives there, which I can quote. You are talking about us as young people, but we're not part of this planning session, close quote. Then lastly, the local government, it came out as an issue or as a theme for me, that local government is an economic driver in our country. So what I was attempting, Dr. Bengu, was to take in the themes here and there without attributing to the speakers in a chronological order as per yesterday's a program. These are the themes that came out yesterday. And if I conclude, I would say implementation, it came out as the big issue that we need to focus on. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Casella, for such a concise summary of yesterday's events, but captured all the important themes that we had the honor of witnessing or listening to. Next on the program is Dr. Boitumelo Ramatsese, a commissioner at the National Planning Commission. His topic is Planning Beyond 2030 in the context of the national dialogue. I will briefly summarize Dr. Boitumelo's biography. He is a commissioner in the National Planning Commission and serves as the chairperson of the strategy task team. He is also an academic in the Department of Mechanical and Mechatronics Engineering at Stellenbosch University, a researcher and innovation associate at the Faculty of Engineering and the Built Environment. Dr. Ramatsese has over 10 years of teaching and research experience in public institutions and is acknowledged for his vast knowledge in the areas of engineering, design, risk analysis, problem solving, project management, innovation, and leadership. He holds doctoral, master's, bachelor's degrees in engineering, as well as certificate in project management. In terms of his profile as a well-recognized presenter at important fora, he has made numerous presentations in Parliament of South Africa and presentations to government departments and advisory bodies such as the South African Human Rights Commission, DPME, International Cooperation, Trade and Security Cluster Strategic Planning Sessions. Dr. Ramatsese is part of the team of experts from academia, government and research institutions that conceptualized and implemented the first ever national dashboard hosted at the CSIR, the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. This serves to monitor the South African development indicators towards achieving the NDP goals for 2030. So this is obviously a very relevant institution for our purposes here today. Finally, Dr. Ramatsese is a Y-rated NRF researcher with over 15 peer-reviewed journal papers, 9 book chapters, and more than 20 local and international conference papers. To date, he has successfully filed 3 patents in South Africa and China. He has received more than 20 awards and recognitions for his efforts, including winner of the 2024 NRF Emerging Researcher Award, winner of the 2021 NSTF South 32 TW Kambule Emerging Researcher Award, and 2021 Mail and Guardian 200 Most Influential Young South Africans, emphasis on young, my emphasis. So thank you very much. We're honored to be here to listen to his update on what is where we are regarding planning. His presentation is entitled Planning Beyond 2030 in the context of the National Dialogue, and he will reflect on current status of the NDP, give us insights from day one of the planning summit yesterday, and he'll further outline the NDP beyond 2030 in starting the development of our nation in relation to others. Thank you and welcome. We are in good hands, clearly a highly accomplished professional. Welcome on stage.
Okay. Okay. Good morning, colleagues. Dumelang. So, the person standing in front of you as I'm introduced is Witumelo Ramatzetse. So, as I was sitting there, the chair is introducing me. I was like, who's this person that they're introducing? So, when I go back home in the village, they're like, who is this person? We don't know him. Because the one that they know, ke moena swana, ke mohwaduba, o tswa Matedi le Matechana mo petlas, les na go metsa go nwa hlapa diatla ra tlo. Nna re bommela re ba ena swana, re tswa kwa Matedi kwa ga Sekhukhune. Rena re tswa kgakala wepatšhwa ka legong a re epele go ja re epela go bapadiša. Nna re bo Ramatsatsa ra gabo ka namela moka gomme mabala a šala kgajameng. Tlang le bone bana ba kgoši e kgolo mahlaša ba re ke mahlaša a koti ke mahlaša o tswetše mmopi wa go loka ba a ba fenya le jena re šokeng. Thank you. So I'm here, colleagues. I'm here to speak about my title of the presentation called NDP Beyond 2030 in the context of national dialogues. I think this is the essence of the presentation that brings us here to see how we can collectively find solutions that will actually help us to be able to craft the next vision of the country. My presentation is not moving. Okay, my presentation outline is as follows. I'll cover the overview and the purpose, as well as the current status. So this has already been mentioned yesterday by my colleague, Dr. Mkwanazi, and also cover some of the insights from day one, specifically in relation to planning. Also reflection on planning approaches, and also reflect based on the case studies from various developing and developed countries. So I'm also going to cover some of our thinking as NPC with regards to NDP Beyond 2030 consideration. And I'm also going to cover the importance of partnerships in planning, and I'm going to also conclude from there. So just as a scene setter, so this was the quote that was taken from the recent speech by the Deputy President, which was presented at the Biz News Conference in Hermanas earlier this year. So the President cited to say, as you all know, we are now a few years away from 2030. So it is critical as a government in all efforts to speed up the execution of the outline of the NDP as well as the implementation of the newly adopted medium-term development plan. So we must also start looking into the future beyond 2030. We must perhaps look into the South Africa that we want by 2055, which is the centenary of the Freedom Charter. The National Dialogue will coincide with the 70th anniversary of the Freedom Charter. We will ensure that this dialogue is inclusive and allows everyone to contribute to what we need to build the country of our dreams. So in this quote, the Deputy President emphasized the importance of collectively engaging as civil society, as private sector, as well as government officials in crafting this new vision. So in the introduction and purpose, I'm going to cover the overview of the planning landscape in South Africa, which has already been covered by the professor from UP, but just to bring it across as well, the role of NPC in long-term planning, the foresight and scenario in long planning, as well as national dialogue outcomes as a foundation for future planning. So in terms of the planning landscape in South Africa, so we have undergone various waves in the planning landscape of South Africa. So we have the first wave, which happened between 1994 as well as 2000. We have the second wave, which happened between 2001 and 2008, and a third wave, which happened between 2009 and 2019, and the fourth wave, which happened 2020 to the current moment. So in each of these waves, They were guided by the Constitution, which was adopted in 1996, by then the Constitutional Court, and became in effect in 1997. So the Constitution outlined the functions as well as the responsibilities. Also, with the mandate and the policies and the institutions, they are also aligned to what the constitutional values are saying. So in terms of the mandate, policies, and institutions, there are various policies that have been enacted during those different wave periods. So including the NEC Act, Development Facilitation Act, the White Paper Transformation on the Public Service, Public Finance Management Act, National Environmental Management Act, Skills Development Act, and many more. In the second wave, there are also various acts and frameworks such as the National Planning Framework, Policy Coordination and Advisory Services, the Intergovernmental Relation Framework Act, as well as the Municipal Finance Management Act, and many other more. So in terms of wave 3, what is important to highlight there is the Green Paper on the National Planning Commission. I think my colleague has already highlighted this to say were established based on that Green Paper on the National Planning Commission. So there were also other frameworks such as the National Evaluation Policy Framework, the SPLUMA, they talked about it yesterday as well, as well as the Integrated Urban Development Framework. So we are now in the fourth wave, which is leading us to the year 2030, where we look at the post-COVID recovery plans, such as the Economic Recovery and Plan, as well as the Climate Resilient Planning Initiatives, as well as Smart Cities Framework. So all these different policies and institutions that have been established over the years, there were also instruments and processes that allows us to be able to ensure that all the different programs are implemented. So in wave 1, there were introduction of IDPs, impact assessments, master plans, the Batupile principles, as well as the PGDP, which they also spoke about yesterday, as well as the SDF in the third wave, as well as now we speak about the midterm development plan. So the role of NPC in terms of long-term planning as a commission, you have heard about the history of when the commission was established, all the different commissions up until the third one. So we are given the mandate as a commission to look at long-term planning, to advise on different issues, energy, education, infrastructure, financial matters as well. So all these elements are then discussed in the different work streams of the National Planning Commission, which focuses on governance, economy, and social. So in terms of also our mandate, we also require to regularly review the NDP to ensure that we keep track on the progress in terms of how well government has actually implemented the goals of the NDP. So as I've highlighted earlier to say, we are a few years towards 2030, so it's about time that we think about the next plan that will take us to the new vision that we foresee for our country. So there are a number of scenarios that needs to be discussed, more especially when it comes to planning. So when you look at on the first part, we can assess the history and the current events of where we are right now based on the situation and the statistics of what my colleague presented. Then we can always go back and do a reflection, a backward inferences, as well as a diagnostic reasoning in terms of understanding exactly when the NDP was adopted, what were the different scenarios that were thought of by the commissioners then, and that will give us a sense of the kind of future that will have been foreseen. Looking also towards 2030 and beyond, we can also use the same approach where we understand what is the current situation, we know what is the history of planning in South Africa. We can use that, use forward inferences and causality to understand what are the different possibilities, scenarios that we foresee for the country that we want to see. So the Indlulamity scenarios are a good example of such thinking, foresight thinking, scenario planning, where they discussed 3 scenarios, one focusing on the Hadida, the second one focusing on the weaver beds, the third one focusing on the vulture. So these are the 3 possible solutions, and they really critically unpack them to understand what are the different futures in each of these. Based on the analysis of that report, it shows that the weaver bed or the weaver scenario is the best scenario for the country, because that's when the economy is growing, that's when jobs are created, that's when people have more trust in the governance systems, and that's where we have more effective leaderships to be able to implement the programs that we set for ourselves. So in terms of the national dialogue, as we all know that the dialogue is going to inform this long-term planning. As the starting of this planning summit is one of the summits that we're going to use the outcome of the summit to also inform what the long-term plan is going to be. So here I'm outlining the different timelines in terms of what is going to happen up until a time where we have a comprehensive report that actually encapsulates the thoughts, the inputs, and the aspirations of all South Africans. So already there is a process of establishing the national dialogue structures. So I think we have seen recently that the eminent persons groups was appointed. There will be also another group, which is the interministerial committee group and the steering committee group, as well as the secretariat, which is going to support all these other different groups. After then, there's going to be community and sectorial consultation. After then, there's going to be the first national convention around the 15th of August, which is going to kickstart the whole process where the agenda is going to be set. Then there's going to be a society-wide conversation where there will be community and sectoral engagements, working group discussions, and the public submissions. So that period is going to take place between August and March next year. So once that process has taken place, there's going to be the second national convention, which now consolidates everything that has been contributed, starting from forums such as this National Planning Summit, as well as other engagements that are going to happen. So this is, I thought I should just give you a highlight of what is the plan with regards to the national dialogue and what is the role of the dialogue in contributing. So the idea is that the discussions are going to be centered around a number of issues, which are then going to inform what we call the future planning. So already there's been a lot of discussions around the role of youth, as well as participation of youth in the national planning, as well as what are the effective governance practices that we can use to be able to ensure that we have proper planning, addressing critical infrastructure and service delivery needs, leveraging partnerships for development and service provision. So in terms of the current status, I won't go deep into details. This was just for me highlighting the NDP targets and the outcomes, as well as highlighting the drawbacks and the achievement in implementing Vision 2030. So this has been already covered by my colleague. There's no need for me to repeat, but you can already have a sense in terms of how well we are doing with the targets, in terms of employment, and also the GDP. In terms of the drawbacks, there are a number of drawbacks as per our 10-year review of the National Development Plan that highlights a number of challenges on why the implementation has not happened. So the lack of implementation strategy for the plan. So we have also discovered that the plan also offers a general approach to the roles of provincial, local, and municipal governments in implementation. There were also a number of overly ambitious targets that they were already identified. Also, the utilization of administrative data to inform implementation of the NDP was overlooked. And also the document is peripheral, which is failing to inform implementation policy from the design level. So the insights from day one in terms of planning, there were a number of discussions from the different sessions that we held. starting from the morning session, which focused on the South African planning trajectory. So there were a number of highlights, such as the evolving planning trajectory that underscores the need for integrated long-term planning strategy that bridge the historical inequalities while promoting inclusive economic growth. There was also a discussion or a presentation around the SDGs and Beyond 2030, which highlighted the importance of aligning the national priorities with the SDG goals. There was a presentation around regional perspective. I think we have seen that we had a colleague from Malawi who gave us a sense of the regional planning perspective to enable coordinated infrastructure and economic development. There was a presentation around the 10-year review, which reveals the implementation gaps that provide the critical opportunity to recalibrate the policy and instruments to better address the unemployment, poverty, and equality. There was a presentation on the provincial and the local government perspectives on how well we can incorporate provincial and local government perspective to ensure development planning is grounded. And there were also lessons from the MTDP by the colleagues from the DPME, which emphasized the importance of performance monitoring and fiscal discipline and adaptive government for effective service delivery. In terms of reflection on planning approaches, there were a number of planning approaches that have been identified that have different countries, whether developed or developing countries, have adopted. So we have analyzed it in terms of the BRIC countries and also the rest of the world. So here I'm just showing you a snapshot of these different analyses. We have analyzed it in terms of the agency responsible for planning, the number of commissioners that are involved in the planning process, where is such a commission hosted, in which office, and what vision is currently being enrolled in those different countries, and what planning approaches do they use, and in terms of also alignment with global standards, if there is a favorable alignment or there is a strong alignment, policy frameworks in those countries, financial resource allocations, monitoring and evaluation instruments. So we're able to compare South Africa with a number of countries, firstly with the BRIC countries I've mentioned, and also the rest of the world. So based on the analysis, you can see that for each and every countries, the number of commissioners that are responsible for planning, in some other countries we have part-time commissioners, in other countries we have full-time commissioners. In other countries you even find the president also chairing the meeting of the commission. So those are some of the lessons that we can also draw when we look beyond 2030. So here I reflect on the top-down and bottom-up approach, which is a very effective instrument in ensuring that all the plans are aligned, starting with the NDP, aligning it with the medium-term development plan, as well as the STRATS plans, as the APPs, as well as the provincial plans, as well as the DDM and the IDPs and so on. Here I highlight the NDP considerations that as NPC collectively we have really interrogated in terms of how do we see planning going forward. So we have looked at different plans and established that usually long-term plans are in a period 20 years plus. So based on that, all plans need to be strategically aligned with the national plans, provincial plans, as well as the municipal plans. So in terms of the 3 apex priorities, I think we have seen in terms of the GNU has outlined 3 apex priorities which they need to focus on, focusing on government, social, and economy. In terms of economy, they want to drive inclusive growth and job creation. In terms of social, to reduce poverty and tackle a high cost of living. In terms of governance, to build a capable and ethical developmental state. So we are saying, as we look beyond 2030, this is the kind of apex priorities that we also need to look at. But as much as we have already created the much needed jobs in this period, we need to get to a point where we sustain these jobs. We don't see any decline after 2020. If the priority is to build a capable and ethical developmental state, we need to ensure that we get to a point where we keep strengthening these institutions beyond, so that we don't lose the expertise and the capacity that we need to be able to implement programs. So I've already highlighted on the top-down, bottom-up approach. So another important part in planning, more especially for long-term, is to ensure that the plan is costed. So the plan is to shape the resource allocation leading up to 2030 and beyond. The plan is to support government intention to gradually shift the resources towards investment that grows the economy and broadens opportunities as well as enhance capabilities. In terms of tracking, monitoring, implementation plan and leadership and resources, is to ensure that we develop robust indicators, frameworks for continuous progress tracking and evaluation. So there has been an example of the dashboard which have been mentioned as a tool that can also assist us to keep on with the real-time tracking of these indicators. In terms of implementation, we need stronger implementation mechanisms beyond 2030, which are grounded in research, consultation, and diagnostic exercises. In terms of leadership and resources, political support as well as active citizenry was well highlighted also in yesterday's presentations. Also adequate budget allocation to ensure that all the programs are realized. In terms of planning partnerships, the importance of partnerships cannot be overemphasized. These are very important to ensure that we really work together to a point where we all feel ownership of the National Development Plan. So I talk about partnership between international organizations and donors, academia and research institutes, government, local, provincial and national, private sector, and as well as civil society. Each of these partners have a role to ensure that all is coordinated in a correct manner and all plans are aligned to ensure that everyone knows their role in terms of implementation. So here I just took a snapshot of a presentation that our president made at the recent SONA address in Cape Town, where he emphasized the importance of this dialogue taking place so that it can inform national planning. So if I can get the colleague to assist.
And I call on all South Africans, united in our diversity, to come together in the national dialogue that we are going to have to define a vision for our country for the next 30 years. The national dialogue must be a place where everyone has a voice. It must be a place to find solutions that make a real difference in people's lives. The dialogue must reaffirm that each and every one of us has a role to play in building the nation that we want.
Okay, with those words, I'd like to thank you, colleagues, for listening to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Ramatsese. I will then immediately open the floor for discussion, questions, comments. Yes, Commissioner Omar. Thank you.
Morning, everybody. I have a habit in the National Planning Commission to break the silence. And I think people said I suffer from something called sedatophobia. That's the fear of silence. So I thought it is a word. But I thought I'll just get the ball rolling. So I think, Boitumelo, maybe if you could explain what would be the steps from the National Convention, then there'll be the National Dialogue, which I think, as former President Becky has been explaining the last few days, will be a process. And then the establishment of a social compact. How would that link up with the future National Development Plan? Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll take another question.
Good morning. My name is Laura Mseme. I'm from National Treasury. Definitely out of the recent experience in respect of the budget process, we've been given the task to ensure that we make government more efficient and we find savings within government. And one of those ways of finding efficiencies is to locate those areas in government where there's shared mandates. It's neither effective in terms of implementation nor efficient in terms of value for money. And given that we have a department that is responsible for planning, I'll be interested in the comments on this, the shared mandate and whether it's been effective and if we can find efficiencies. Secondly, I'm quite interested in the assessment of the effectiveness of having government focal areas located externally from government institutions. We have several of them, and recognizing the importance of independence, but there's also a challenge of being decoupled from government's machinery. We have a number of such formations. NECAC is one of them. They're equally having a challenge in trying to take forward their responsibility of developing the anti-corruption machinery because they're external to government. And I'm wondering to what extent the challenges we've had in implementing the NDP to now has to do with the actual structure of how we initially envisaged this planning. Equally, and it relates to structure because obviously Treasury is occupied with the structure of government currently. Equally, the fact that the NDP was not funded talks to the structural challenges that the DG of DPME raised yesterday. South Africa is one of the few countries that delinked the budget, well, planning from the budget. And it's certainly something that we need to look at going forward. Treasury is always willing to welcome DPME colleagues back home. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. I saw there was a third hand which will unfortunately have to be the last question now, only to make sure that we have enough time in commissions. That will be an avenue to express or ask more questions. I just want to manage time. There was a third hand actually next to our colleague from Treasury. Oh, okay. Okay. No, thank you very much. I think we can start handling the questions. Anyone wants to take Commissioner Omar's question?
Okay, no, thank you very much. I think I can answer Abba's question. I think as we have seen that I've outlined the different steps that are going to take place leading up towards a point where we have a comprehensive report which encapsulates the inputs of all these different engagements that are going to take place. So I did mention the most important step, which is the first national convention, which is going to take place in 15th August. So that's where the agenda is going to be set. And that agenda is going to be set by the steering committees together with the eminent persons group that is going to be advising in terms of the way forward. So I've mentioned that these conversations that are going to take place in different forms through working groups, public participations, as well as community engagement and so on. So as we discussed also with the DG, as part of the outputs from this gathering, will also assist us to actually feed into the development, firstly, of that agenda, and also guiding some of the discussions that are going to take place in those different working groups. So I think for now, there is no clear, what do you call it? There is no clear perspective in terms of how now the social compact comes in to inform long-term planning, but I think as time goes on, we're going to be briefed on how that can be also taken forward to also inform this new vision. So I think there were a number of questions that were asked about governance, local governance. So I'm not sure if the chair of the governance work streams was to address that.
Dr. Ramatsitsi is delegating upwards. Good morning, everyone.
Yes.
I guess in the 10 plus years of the existence of the NDP and the existence of the NPC, we have been trying to find a balance of what works. True that the independence and the decoupling, the implementing departments with those that are meant to be monitoring or rather overseeing the implementation of the NDP has created challenges because that has created silos, because implementing departments are not necessarily, in our case, bound by law to actually implement the NDP. So it has always been a challenge of trying to negotiate, and I call it negotiate because I'm not sure which word to use, the implementation of the NDP. The fact that the NPC and the NDP is not set up within law makes it difficult. But we have been, I think we mentioned that when I was on stage yesterday, working on the framework bill, and we are hoping that we'll have that hopefully by the end of the year, because it's been going on for the longest of time, since 2018. Somehow we're just not finding each other with cabinet, especially when it comes to independence. The decoupling, budgeting and planning is a stumbling block. And it's a mistake or a shortcoming that we have identified as the National Planning Commission, that we need to find a way to work with our colleagues at National Treasury. Maybe National Treasury should come back home, not the other way around. So that is a problem, and for the many priorities that we have not achieved, most of those are associated with the fact that you have priorities, but you don't have the money, and you have not budgeted for those priorities. Therefore, it becomes difficult to succeed and implement those. The other thing is that we do not really have a standing, I'll call it legal arrangement with the departments, that we can actually go to them and say, you did not do this, therefore these are the sanctions. Because in South Africa, what I have noticed in my old age is that if it's not in law, you really cannot enforce it. I don't know how many times I've been told by my colleagues at Water and Sanitation that we don't report to you. So that's a problem that we have. So we do have now a system where whenever there's a change of leadership in departments, and we as the Planning Commission had a relationship with the outgoing executive or even the DG, then that dies, because now we start having to find new relationships, and others come in with their own projects which don't necessarily speak to the National Development Plan. So that's what we need to fix. And so far, it's been a struggle. We have even tried to get the president, whenever we have the briefing with the president afterwards, to convene all ministers so that each and every minister gets to know what we do, so that they don't get surprised. We've had instances where we issued advisories and they were not liked because we just not singing from the same hymn book. So it's the challenges that we have, but we're working on them. The good thing is that we know what has made us not work. We had a 10-year review where we established the challenges, and we are working towards that. We have made some baby step, if I may call it that, because our current minister, Minister Marupin, has made it an effort that the work that we do serves in cabinet. So we have had the ears and eyes of the president, the deputy president, and the rest of cabinet to actually get to see and appreciate the advice that we give. In some sitting where I was sitting with Advocate Kollega, the public protector, she actually suggested to me that maybe if we hit some stumbling blocks with the department, who are supposed to be the implementing parties, we need to send them for referral to her, because she has the power. In the draft planning framework bill, we do allude to the fact that there must be an option for referrals, and there must be an option for us to question the department or the implementers, why haven't they implemented as it comes to the priorities of the National Development Plan. So the teeth is what we don't have, sadly. We rely on good relations. And what has happened is that because some of us are experts and have relationships elsewhere, we have leveraged on those relationships. So if I know someone at Treasury or Water and Sanitation, I then would go and say, DG, please can you give us a hearing? Here's the recommendation that we have. These are the findings that we have as the commission when we analyzed what is expected of your department. Other than that, it's been not that good, but we making baby steps towards that. Maybe DPME and National Treasury should be one department and find a different name for it so that we can cost the plan, because surely no way we're going to have an NDP beyond 2030 that is not budgeted for and properly financed, because it won't succeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for a comprehensive response. And are we able to take just one question from online commissioners? We can. May I suggest we get a comment or question from online commissioners? In the meantime, if I could ask Ms. Yakoba Mayor to come on stage to give us direction regarding the breakaway sessions after break. Thanks. Who's able to get the question or comment for us? Is there anyone online? I can't see from where I am. Okay. No,
There's a hand online.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Hi, Commissioner Julian. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I think those were very useful questions, and it's been very interesting to listen for the last day and a half, even though I'm not with you in Kimberley. The comment on how we think about the action of prioritizing and sequencing the intervention, the implementation of our policy from the process of deciding how much we can spend in a particular year is something which we do need to consider. And that is the process of deciding in what order policies can be implemented in terms of the available resources, which must be prioritized in terms of what actions must be taken, is a long-term planning function. It doesn't always sit well when we're also having to deal with the trade-offs within a specific year or a specific sequence of years, a short-term plan, which effectively is your 3-year plan. And so I do think it is a topic for discussion that at some point we should have with the Planning Commission, the DPME, National Treasury, and other stakeholders, maybe even something to consider as a theme within the national dialogue around, because it's not only an issue for the national government, it's for other spheres of government as well, would need to be concerned about the issues of sequencing and prioritization. So not a question, Chair, just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner May. Ms. Yakoba Mayor.
Thank you very much, Sir. Commissioner, thank you very much for the detail going 2030 and beyond. You've set the trend for our discussions, the most important part of the 2-day session. As we transition into one of the most crucial components of this summit, is where we give everyone the opportunity to talk. We're here to hear you. Allow me to express my sincere appreciation for your continued engagement online as well as the past 2 days. In depth of dialogue speaks to shared commitment to building a capable, inclusive, and building a developmental state grounded in the NDP and beyond. This discussion is very important today. Looking at the breakaway commissions provides a platform. I do know I have a presentation, but I can go on. It's to create a platform for deeper, more focused reflection. Here we can interrogate past experiences based on the presentations by our experts, commissioners, stakeholders, look at the implementation challenges, look at tangible proposals, and how does it inform our planning frameworks. Each commission needs to look and will be guided by invaluable expertise. We've got a commissioner as well as a HUD allocated to each and every commission. There's 4 commissions. economic transformation, governance, poverty, inequality, and hunger, which relates to the social transformation priority, community safety, and social cohesion. We will be guided by lessons from the past. Future changes required for implementation. Legislative requirements. The past 2 days, there was a lot of presentations that outlined the burden of legislation, but also the advantages, opportunities, and then risks. First of all, we want to thank you for your second-day participation and advance. Look at your inputs, be concise, solution-orientated. Thank you very much.
This one. Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Mayor. Appreciate it. We've come to the end of our first session, and I'd like us to give a round of applause to Doctors Gasela and Ramatsese for leading us with very exciting presentations. Thank you very much. So we will come back at 10:30 for the sessions. Okay, 10:35. We're slightly behind schedule. 10:35, we go to the different commissions. Thank you very much. Oh, there is a comment, yeah? Yeah, okay, good question. Yeah. Oh.
Guest, the first floor is one up, and the ground floor will be in this hall, and then there will be signage as you go out on your left. This one is the ground floor, and one floor up is the first floor. And the facilitators, my apologies, will be then the facilitators, supported by respective scribes. Thanks. Outside, sir.
Thank you very much.
Delegates, I think delegates that want to be on the economic transformation and job creation remain in this room. That'll be led by Commissioner Makhiba Mollo and the HOD Mabicha. And then delegates, sorry, that's first floor, thank you. Yes, up, yes. Governance is here. And community safety and social is also here. So if you go out of the door and you turn left, there is first floor, where the colleagues that are going to the first floor should be. That is the governance and democracy, and then poverty, inequality, and hunger. So if you can just maybe quickly group ourselves so that maybe we know who are in those commissions, and then maybe facilitate will then guide you to say, when are you starting? I see some delegates are a bit confused, maybe don't know where to go. Nkanyezi and colleagues, can you please assist? Can we assist the delegates? Colleagues that are online, you will be linked to various commissions online. So we firstly want to set up the physical one, then we will link you virtually per commission on those 4. So allow us to set up the physical commissions, then we'll link you on those commissions, on the 4 commissions.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can we start? Can we start, colleagues? It's Friday, the 13th afternoon. So I think we all want to finish. It was deliberate that we don't go for lunch because I did not want to lose you after lunch. So I had to trick you into coming back here. So we've got 30 minutes set up for feedback, but it's not going to be sufficient. So, but I'm not going to tell the speakers how much time I'm giving them, but they should know that they just have a limited time. We've got 4 commissions. So we will have to have an hour at least for these commissions. So I'm going to time keep strictly. I think I've already given a hint of how much time you have. So we'll start with the first one. I don't see Commissioner Mullo. Oh, she's on her way. Okay, then we can go to Commissioner Masrumulo is here, so let's go to 2. Governance and democracy. No. Please do, because he's not here and he's not here. He quickly went out, Commissioner. Are you able to do the... Okay, it's fine. Community safety and social cohesion. Where is Mr. Mwed? Mr. Mwed, please. Do you have a presentation? They are still loading it. Commissioner Masrul. Okay. So we are stuck because of presentations. Okay. Poverty, inequality, and hunger. Guys, we had a whole 3 hours. Like a whole 3 hours. So next time we'll have commissions for 4 hours. The poverty, inequality, and hunger. Dr. Pego. Where is she? Hiberton. We need someone who's going to go ring a bell outside so that people can come in. I should have finished a bit earlier and gave them 15 minutes to consolidate. Do you have a presentation, Commissioner? No, it's fine. You can come speak. Come. The gentlemen want the presentations and stuff.
Dumelang sanibonani. Haibo. Haibo. You know, I was at a book launch a few weeks ago, and the facilitator gave such a good story. There was somebody who was translating a sermon. And Gasahoa, Akiribari, the personary, the preacher, you are called. You are called. And she says, the translator says, Neabanda. Neabanda. Until somebody said to her, to the no. It's language. So guys, don't be called. Be called. Be called. So basically, our plenary, or our session was talking about poverty, inequality, and hunger. I got the framing as I was halfway through the facilitation, but so there were a few points that were made. The one is around the four clusters were, firstly, what are the challenges of planning? And what over the last 10 years have been some of the lessons we have learned. The second piece was around the risks and the risks and the recommendations that come out of that, and this is in no particular order. The third piece was around, do we need further legislative frameworks? And we had conversation around that as well. So I'm gonna, my co-chair is at large, so I will have to, hey, Banna. Hey, Mariko fella. That's better. So basically, yeah, the one thing was around whether or not the focus is on the state versus the people. And what emerged from the group was that we have to rethink the construct of how community engagement happens. There's clearly a large dissonance around the aspirations of planning and the impact of planning. In fact, one of the speakers said that, can we rethink our inputs? Because we clearly need to change our inputs to get different outcomes. The second thing as well was around what it means when we have a form of water scarcity, agricultural scarcity, and land scarcity that has not really been legislated in ways that enable us to rethink food sovereignty and food security meaningfully. There was a point that was also made around what solidarity economies would potentially look like. And one of the points that was made was the distinction between creating profits, creating jobs, and creating sovereignty, and that includes sovereignty of seeds and sovereignty of food production. There's no getting away from the link between poverty, food insecurity, and landlessness. We didn't get to speak enough about landlessness, but I know Hoshi Janku also had something to say around, in fact, his perspective is that he is land full, but the question and the problem and the challenge is how to disperse of this land, how to distribute this land. And many of us actually feel as though even if we had it, how then would we be able to utilize it effectively? The other point that was made was around integrated planning, which I think Godfrey will say a bit more to, but the challenge is that the spheres of government don't look at each other at an interface efficiently, national, provincial, and local, and even within provinces and within spheres, between departments, for example, there's a lack of coherence. So between the economic work stream or the departments, development, social development, education, agriculture, sanitation, and so forth. One of the participants spoke about the Land Appropriation Act, and one of the questions that was asked was whether or not the Land Appropriation Act is actually a tool that is going to give land back. And the question that I have to ask is whether it's a corporate instrument or whether it's truly a redistributive instrument. Generational poverty. One of the youth who was in the group spoke around how generational poverty means that because of our intergenerational poverty lineage, especially as Black people, she is now working to support her mother and her grandmother. So in other words, we don't work forward, we work backwards. We are working in deficit. We are working in ways that we're not going to be able to gather and to accumulate and to acquire generational wealth for this and the next generation. And that is really one of the quagmires of the Black condition. And lastly, from my part, a few other points as well. Urbanization versus ruralization. We don't all want to become urban rats. Some people would rather be in rural areas, but we don't speak that much around ruralization in our planning. Urbanization is almost seen as this epoch of development planning, of the epoch of the development complex. So urbanization, spatial planning, and land, whether and how it is going to be allocated. One of the frustrations I think I have as well with some of the planning discourses is the notion of personal resilience, personal responsibility versus state function. So almost the ways in which people are blamed for their lack of personal resilience, even though there's clearly an intergenerational, historical context to what poverty is, why people are poor, why black people in particular experience poverty in particular ways. Yeah, Zola Bill.
Thank you very much. Linked to what the Commissioner said, it's important for us to then address the structural challenges of poverty, because we need to understand what makes people poor. Structurally, that Doc spoke of, to say, but how do we then address those issues? Because like she said, that our people are not just poor for the sake of being poor, or they want to be poor. There are things which make them poor. And for us to address that, we need to understand also the intersectionality between what are the poverty drivers, what are our economic enablers, and where does those two converge? At which point do those two converge? Because we would have, like, example which one made, that we're dealing with poverty, land reform, and so on. There's a commission that deals with economic. And more often than not, it might be looking at economic development as enablers, but not the intersectionality between the two and the convergence where those two come together, so that we're able to then better understand that. The other issue which was raised is the issue of, we've got a plethora of legislation. We're over-legislated, but we lack the intentionality to be able to make sure that, one, we address the issues of incoherence, because it's not incoherence as a result of legislation, it's the lack of discipline. I would like to say a lack of consequence management, to be able to pull things together, the lack of accountability, right, vertically and horizontally. So how do you pull things together to ensure that, one, there's consequence management, there's coherence, there's accountability, so that those who are charged with a particular responsibility are then able to then be held accountable for that. But also linked to that, how do we measure? What do we want to see happening? And how do we ensure to measure that? Because if we are planning to say, but we are going to increase the number of people who are on social grants, what are we saying? Shouldn't we say we want to decrease the number of people on social grants, and by decreasing it, we need to do A, B, and C to be able to make sure that there are lesser people on social grants? I'm not taking away the fact that there are people who are poor, the issue that we've raised earlier on, to say that people don't want to be poor. They're not poor because of their own doing, but there are other structural issues. But we should then intervene to say, but at an educational level, how do we ensure that three streams become a reality? We've been speaking about the three streams of education now for heaven knows how long. Vocational, people can off-ramp, because not everybody is academically inclined and want to become a doctor or whatever. But how do you enable those people who are not academically inclined to then off-ramp into vocational training and artisanal training, so they can also then be able to then contribute towards that? But also, like the doc said, that we tend to deal with communities as abstract. There's something wrong with them. We know the solutions, we must intervene, we must get them to come right. There's no issue, you don't see community, because even when we speak, especially the middle class, us middle class, we need to do this for them. They are too dependent on government. We don't see that as we are a community. It's not fine, there are people who might need a particular service, but they are part of a community which we are part of that community. So how do we ensure we create space and scope for the voice of those people on the periphery to become part of the mainstream? For argument's sake, we are seated here, we are planning for the people. Where are the people we are planning for? Who are the people? Do we even know those, so that we're able to plan? Because that voice becomes peripheral. We're going to go to them in the form of a dialogue, here, talk to them, they're going to tell, but in the mainstream discussion, the mainstream dialogue, that voice is not there. And then just lastly, the issue of how do we measure in jobs? What is a job? Is it sustainable income? Or what? So even the way of how we measure some of our things, we must look at it so that we're able to see, but who have an income? Is it a sustainable income? If you have that, do you have a job? Is there a difference between a job and a sustainable income? And therefore, how do you then measure this? So to able to say, but this is how we're going to measure things, because sometimes we measure things wrongly. And then just lastly, there are people who are in need of government support. There are people who, for argument's sake, if you go to Khalisi, with the example I made, that you go to an RDP area, in inverted commas, and there's a double story. There are big houses. So there are people who can sell, who don't need government support. They might need a service site. They're able to buy. But the cost of a service site in Kimberley is so expensive, would be that the person now buys an RDP house, builds a double-story house on that. So how do we differentiate and say, but there are these people who are in need of government support, there are these people who we can aid in their own development, because they have some form of assets in which they can then use to then spur their own development, but with a bit of support, in availing them a service site, they're able to then do that, and then, so we can then free up resources to focus on the ones which are really poor, who then really need that type of intervention. But first and foremost, we need to have accountability. We need to ensure that we are clear what it is that we want to achieve. We need to be clear how we're able to measure that and move away from a tick box, compliance-driven exercise of performance measuring to a much more service-oriented approach to measure performance. Thank you very much.
Please, Dr. Peku, are there questions? Any questions for them? Whilst we are taking questions and waiting for hands, can I ask the rest of the commissions to come here so that we save time? They can sit on the chairs. Any comments, any questions, additions? Members of this commission, you're well represented. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Is the economic transformation and job creation ready? They are ready. You can go sit there. There are chairs there. The Economic Transformation and Job Creation Commission, Mr. Tamima Bicha. No, short. Sorry. Or you okay for them to fly? Okay.
Can we move to the first slide? Let me greet everyone who's here. All protocol observed. Slide, next slide. We've got a few recommendations, colleagues. So the idea was to try and get inputs that are not necessarily in the plan itself, just so that it can then enhance the discussions going forward. And there's been a focus in the Northern Cape, just to make sure that our inputs nationally are taken care of. Next slide. The key issues that were discussed were really around industrialization, especially of the green economy. I think we got that from the GG yesterday, and we did then present also in the commission, just to indicate to the colleagues. There is also a budgeting issue that has been mentioned, and I think that issue flew from the plenary itself to say budget versus planning. We need to have a relationship here. The colleagues also mentioned the issue of the PPP regulations that are currently have been revised, just to see if there's opportunities inside there. Lack of investment in communities, role of local government, the relationship and the powers and the functions between national, provincial, and local government. I think that one is a critical one that was mentioned. And the example is that has been mentioned on issues of land use and SLPs. The national regulations as well have been mentioned. So these are just then when we get a bit into detail with regards to the points that we raised there. What we have discussed around the issue of national versus province versus the plan themselves versus the budgeting part of it, we've agreed in the commission to take a proposal to cabinet to use Northern Cape as an example of how all these plans and the different spheres of government, how these are very complicated in terms of implementation of plans. We decided we must do a case study so that we can demonstrate this part, so that it can come out much more clearer as we are about to implement our plans, our 5-year plans, as an example. On the energy of the grid expansion, there's issues of how do we then localize certain parts with regards to the issue of the grid expansion. We wanted whoever is doing the planning in the country to be wary that there is this fear, which is practically what's happening, to say even the green hydrogen will become then an extraction kind of industry for us if we are not careful. In this case, we need to think very carefully when we implement this, because as it is now, electricity has been extracted and then it's used somewhere else. So we need to really think about this part to make sure that we make sure that this area of the country is not purely an extraction point. It does offer us an opportunity to really industrialize, especially in your green parts of the industries that we're talking about, which are the new industries that we're talking about. On the mining side, we've also agreed with the Mineral Council to say, in the next meeting that we're planning with them, to have a discussion on how can these SLPs really be used to fund projects that will have impact on the GDP as an example. So we try to make it very practical to say, we must discuss it now with the Mining Council and Minerals Council to kind of agree on how these SLPs could be used. Yes, we need to volumize manufacturing. The issue of infrastructure, we need to make sure that we put the infrastructure so that we can be able to unlock, especially where the new minerals are going to be mined. With regards to spatial planning, there was an issue around municipalities not having a saying with regards to mining licenses. In this case, I think municipalities are just reminded that they've got the legislation, spatial legislation, that could be used to make sure that as and when those permits are given, they are also part of what will be done in areas where they stay in. There is also the relook of the regulation, which then hinders implementation, because you remember in the review, when we started in the morning, when we look at what we did yesterday, planning issues of not integrating what we're doing was high up in the agenda, especially the implementation part of things, to say that we do have good plans, but we're not implementing a whole lot of this. SMME and the informal economy was also raised. The big thing that was raised around the informal economy was that our legislation doesn't necessarily support the growth of an informal economy, so we need to look at legislation that was meant to support SMMEs. It must also look at how it can then support the informal economy. But there was a big issue in the discussion. That's why you'll see that we have, if we go back to the first slide, we have that project plan to say the issue of budgeting, implementation, planning, and the Bogobai issue for those who are in the Northern Cape. Bogobai has been a discussion for a very long time. So GPME has undertaken to look at this concept, the project itself, how it's captured in all the planning documents, which departments are impacted in that, to make sure that we kind of understand how that project, even if we've been talking about it for all these years, what could then be the reason for that project not to have materialized? And this is the departments, the entities, even legislation that we need to look at to make sure that we can put that plan right and that project right on top of that. So that particular case study that will be done together with GPME is going to be critical, and it's going to inform how planning, budgeting, implementation, where all the complications are nationally between the three spheres of government. Colleagues, those were the discussion from our group. There was also mention of the availability of land by the MEC of Public Works, and the only thing that she needs to access that land are then the plans for the usage of those pieces of land, especially for businesses. I think I must just mention that part to say the land that is available, currently owned by the province, is also available for any projects, as long as the projects are projects that are going to create jobs in the Northern Cape. Next. So these were the issues, colleagues. We were a big group in our commission. I'm going to request that the colleagues from the commission must also then input in areas where they think we've not captured the issues in these resolutions. Thanks.
HOD, that was a very good summation. There was an issue around triple Ps, that the regulations on triple Ps have been released by National Treasury. They became effective, if I'm not mistaken, on the 1st of this month. So given the current fiscal crisis that we're faced with, we are asking that we start to talk about those regulations on how, in fact, integrate them into the work that we're doing as part of alternative financing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just one question. I read consider budget in planning. The question is whether we should consider planning in budget. I just want to know what the level of discussion was there. Thank you.
So it was taking the discussion that started in the plenary session around, remember in the past, planning and budgeting was within Treasury. And there's also this question of, yes, there are plans, but those who are supposed to budget for them, they are not budgeting for it. So the question is, how do you then bring a Treasury and the planning unit, either national or provincially, closer together or make it one department? So the recommendation is that we need to then bridge this gap and bring these ones closer from our side. We did not recommend a closure or incorporation, but bring these two very, very, very close to each other.
Thank you. Are there any other hands going on? Okay. Commission to Governance and Democracy. Commissioner Masirumula and Commissioner Koi. The two commissioners.
Is it? Okay. Yeah, good afternoon. Us being Democrats, you know what we did? We answered the question with a question. So that those questions become part of the national dialogue. Thank you so much. I'm with my colleague here. He will take you through the slides. I think they will be flighted just now. Just to give a context, our focus was on democracy and governance. And the link between the two is very important because the essence of democracy depends on the quality of governance. And to that extent, we acknowledge the fact that, and perhaps as an advantage, or maybe also as a disadvantage, we acknowledge the fact that our democracy is actually constitutionalized. And is constitutionalized to the extent of protecting our socio-economic rights. That's very important because it put emphasis on the significance of government doing something to make sure that people get the necessary services that they ought to get. And perhaps also that is why some people all over the world are saying that South Africa has the best democracy. However, as we're debating, another perspective came to say that our democracy is excellent, but the searching socio-economic justice is a problem, right? In other words, on the other hand, you've got a constitution that protects socio-economic rights. On the other hand, there is searching instances of socio-economic injustice. That was another issue that emerged. It even went to an extent of some people saying that perhaps our start in 1994 was a false start. That we should have started with the question of who we are, defining ourselves as South Africans. And as the debate was raging, it reminded me of the national question which remained unanswered. Be that as it may, at some point I could see that Democrats were starting to show some sense of being optimistic, and we started to focus on the drivers of what should actually make us to reinvent ourselves. Of course, we did identify a myriad of challenges, but at the same time, we tried to come up with solutions. I am going to hand over to my colleague to take us through some of those specific recommendations that we made to move forward. But thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Prof. And perhaps I think it's also safe to say that our discussions were anchored more on Chapter 13 of the NDP, which of course proposes some interventions, as well as what the President said in the State of the Nation address on the 10th of February 2022, where he said the government must work for the people, and that is why its foremost priority is to build a capable, ethical, and a developmental state. And he went further to say government will soon be finalizing the framework for professionalization, which has now been finalized. Now, on the basis of that, then we made the following recommendations. That one, we need to make accountability community-based, so that we don't find a situation where administration accounts to politicians and politicians account to themselves. So it said community needs to be allowed to keep leaders accountable. Then we went to the whole question of strengthening intergovernmental relations, where local government platforms are used for accountability for both provincial and national government as well. We also spoke about the improvement of communication between government and the people, which means we need to simplify that approach of communication, where thick documents like your NDP are summarized in the form of a pamphlet that is easy to read in languages that are comprehensible to the different people, so that they can be able to understand and not get other people interpreting for them. And the legislature should hold the executive branch of government accountable. Challenges were raised there, that half the time you find out that the executive at a political level is leaders to the legislatures or the members of the legislature. And they find it difficult to have their political leaders account to them. So that's why this point was emphasized. And also, when we benchmark with other countries, as much as benchmarking is important, but we should also contrast the material conditions of our country with the material conditions of those countries that we benchmark on. Sometimes we find out that the ground is already fertile in those other countries for some policies to be implemented. And whilst we are not ready, we adopt those policies and want to implement them at this level. And the issue of capacity was also raised, where we said we also need to look at, as much as we are good at policy formulation, the implementation thereof is lacking. And when we look at it, we look at the individual public servant that is recruited into the public service. Do we have a proper process of onboarding those people and orientating them with the public service, or we just take them as they are and we put them in the public service and we expect them to do what they might not be understanding at some point. And also synergizing the work of local and provincial government to ensure that both levels of government operate in unison. We reflected on the district development plan as a measure of coordinating and integrating planning as well. We also raised the issue of civic education, that as a country we are lacking on civic education. Someone even made an example that you would find out that in the US, a child from primary school, they already understand what is the national interest. But you go to a high school learner or even a university student in South Africa and ask them, what is your national interest? They will be found wanting in terms of responding what is our national interest as the country. So that's the issue that was raised in line with civil education, so that we make sure that we broaden the understanding of people, their understanding of their rights. Because we even reflected on the issue of this voter apathy. Some of the people are not voting, not because they don't want to, but because they do not understand the implications of not voting. Because most of the time, the education is about voting and what is the importance of voting. But at no point do we reflect on the implications of not voting. And the shift from positional authority to stewardship, where it says we need servant leadership. We need to make sure that we live to the actual interpretation of public service. We serve the people instead of leading them. The reassessment of traditional leaders system, the role of traditional leaders. How do we strengthen the constitution? Because we noted that the constitution on chapter 12 is saying something about traditional leadership, but it is vague. So the discussion there was about making sure that when legislation is passed that relates to traditional leadership, the constituencies that must be central in the drafting of that legislation are those people who are living in those traditional constituencies, so that they can be able to make meaningful impact. Because most of our legislatures are not necessarily coming out of your rural background. We might be coming from the urban background, but then drafting legislation for people who understand the significance of a traditional leader. And at some point we might downplay that because we are coming, or we are orientated in a city life, so to say. Minimize the symbolic events, shift focus on implementation and impact at all levels of government. We have tried to put it nicely, but the discussion was blunt, that ban government events. That's what the recommendation was saying. Because we waste a lot of time and a lot of resources planning. And after that planning, the implementation is not there. But spend more of those resources on ensuring that the plans that are already in place get implemented, and then we can be able to make an assessment in terms of whether those plans are taking us forward. Are we done? Yeah. So and in fact, the other area that we also raised was on the issue of efficiency. I think it's just missing there, where we said, as much as we are so critical on ourselves and on the administration, but there are positive areas that we need to transfer to other areas. We made an example about the effectiveness and the efficiencies that you find in your South African revenue services. And how can we transfer that efficiency and effectiveness to all other departments to ensure that we've got an efficient and an effective government. Thanks, Prof.
I'm not so sure if colleagues from our group want to make any input, perhaps just before we take questions. Firstly, colleagues from the group, were you well democratically represented? Okay, so maybe, Chair, the questions.
Oh, thanks, Chair. My name is Andy Lemapisa. I'm from Zavalaza Pathway Institute. Zavalaza Pathway Institute is a community-based organization. You know, we also spoke about the education system and the socialization of young people in this country. As we know that when you see the social media, you find young people are good at dancing, and not good at at making these computers or growing food for themselves. So we spoke about that, and yeah, we spoke much about on the socialization of young people and how young people behave and how the system, education system have shaped their mind. So we spoke about that. And also, what is the other thing that we spoke about that I feel that we haven't talked much about it. On the social, okay, it's fine. It's fine. I'll come back on those. Yeah, that's just.
Yeah, there was a question here.
Oh, yes. Thank you. I'm responding because I'm the other Godfrey. Yeah, I wanted to latch on, I think, recommendation 6 on your last slide. You spoke a bit about stewardship. To give a slightly different, or rather to complement what you said, in this way, that we have to define quality of service for public servants and drive a culture of delivering quality services to the citizens. It's a whole thing that I think maybe I must put it this way, that a shift in the mindset of public servant in the way they render services, the way they want it to be rendered to them. But also at the same time, empower citizens to understand their rights in relation to quality of service, demanding quality of service from different points. It can be from the perspective of health systems, when you walk into a hospital or a clinic, when you go into a school, when you need water. These kind of things are very, very important in the psyche of the citizens. And whenever it so happens that people get poor quality, we'll find these things in headline news, in the newspapers, in the media and everything. But again, we need to have a campaign led by leaders in society around how to inculcate that new culture of quality and excellence. Thank you.
No, good afternoon. My name is Mamutawa Mashala from DPME. Prof, just on this chapter 6 on capable, ethical and developmental, I just want to check, because I think there's a view that what Devlin government generally and service delivery, the quality, is the issue of being unethical in how we conduct ourselves. And given the points, I'm not sure whether it's that being considered, or rather, let me put it this way: how do we actually address unethical behavior, across? Is it find expression in this, or is it has to be addressed elsewhere in the whole cycle of government? Because I think that is one area which, for me, I think it's a worrying. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And thank you for all those questions. Zavalaza community organization, socialization of young people. Indeed, that part was actually taken into consideration in our discussion. We even took it further because the key issue that you are raising there, it's more about character formation of society. And the argument that was made, which we have always been making, is that, which will also go back to the question of how do we fight ethical conduct. What we have been, the argument that was made in the commission and what we have always been making is that to deal with that question, we need to assume a proactive approach. And what do I mean by that? We need to identify certain strategic levers in society that give us an opportunity to correct that. And what are those strategic levers in society? What we normally call social institutions. Your social institution will even include your learning institutions, right? Our approach to educate people should not just only focus on developing their cognitive faculties, on developing their technical competence. We need to also be deliberate in terms of ensuring that at the end of the day, in the process of doing that, we also build the character of these people, what we call character formation. In any case, I used to say that if you go back to the origin of education, there are two purposes. Develop the cognitive faculty of a student and also develop the moral character, the ethical character of that particular person, character formation. That is a very important purpose. That is why also when the Premier was speaking yesterday, I said to myself that I wish we were not that advisory commission. We had those powers so that we should at some point have an opportunity to sit down with institutions of learning to say that, guys, I think you are not really focusing on this other important part of education, which is character formation, right? That is why you'll have damn good people who are quite excellent in their technical field, but ethically bankrupt, appearing before the Zondo Commission. That is the problem with our education system. We need to reimagine it. That will also, to a very great extent, talk to the issue of stewardship, talk to the quality of leadership, right? Because whether we like it or not, everything that at some point go wrong in society, much of the reason for that could possibly start from an education system. Because education ought to give us an opportunity as society to continuously recreate ourselves, reinvent ourselves. So I think I'm putting more emphasis on education, empower citizens to understand. Yeah, this commissioner talk about, when you talk about civic education, right? That is even from as early as kindergarten. When kids grow up, the Americans are good at that. You know, at the kindergarten already they appreciate that what comes first is America. America comes first. And these are things that ought to happen for America come first. Right? So we need to make sure that we inculcate the culture of civic education in this country. Civic education will obviously include also people knowing that there is a national development plan and therefore the performance, what government does, should always be consistent with the national development plan, the constitution, and many other things. That is civic education. We don't have a strong culture of civic education in South Africa. I'm not so sure if there is anything that I left, maybe Commissioner.
Yeah, no, thanks, Prof. On the issue of addressing unethical behavior, I think that's another element we spoke about. You see, in this engagement with the institutions of higher learning, you've got people who are doing, for example, public administration, whose intention is to join the public service as public servants. But there's nowhere in their modules where there's a chapter maybe that deals with Section 195 of the Constitution. Now, if you look at Section 195 of the Constitution, that makes anyone who behaves, it makes that person a constitutional delinquent. Because the Constitution is clear that a high standard of professional ethics must be maintained at all times in the public service. So those are some of the issues as we go to the dialogue. We should be able to elevate and lift up and engage, because those institutions for higher learning will be part of that particular program, so that we know that, in fact, even at a school level, as our children are growing up, they should understand that Section 195 of the Constitution is very central, especially if you aspire to be a public servant, both at the level of administration or at the political level. So we also addressed that. And perhaps it did not come out clearly in our presentation, but it's a matter that also needs to be elevated moving forward. Thanks.
Thank you, my fellow commissioners. You can leave the stage. Thank you. Before we take the next commission, may I humbly request that Deputy Minister Mhai and Khosipule Bareki, please, if you may start making your way to the stage so that we can sequence the next sessions seamlessly. Okay, now the next commission is Community Safety and Social Cohesion. Mr. Rodney, is that you?
No, I am not.
You are not Rodney.
I am not Mr. Rodney. My name is Charles Mweti. However, if you put next to the name Rodney, there will be an HOD. I would gladly like that title to be bestowed upon me. Thank you very much. I'm not sure if it's projected. It's not showing. Can I present from the laptop? Are you comfortable with that? Okay. As we were taking our seat there, the Public Service Commissioner asked me if I was alone. And perhaps I should ask him to take this matter forward, because I was made to come solo here. Unlike other commissions, As stated, my name is Charles Moeti. I'm the provincial manager of the GCIS. And our theme is about community safety and social cohesion. And whilst the presentation is loading, perhaps I should, through you, Chair, should continue with the presentations. Yes. The first question that was posed to us was to look at the lessons that were learned from the past 10 years. And in deliberating upon that, we agreed that we are able to celebrate our cultural diversity. We have included the previously marginalized groups to be part of the society. And also we have been able to foster a community engagement and involvement. I think we all agree that there has never been a time in our history where we find community involvement participation such as we see. We have a community police forum who are very, very much active at ground level, and they are able to elevate issues of crime, you know, to the higher structure of the management, South African Police Service, as well as our political decision makers. We have been able to address a lot of inequalities in a number of ways, both socially and economically. In government structures, I think there was an issue of silo operations. Just like it happens in a number of government structures, we also have silo operation at the level of community structures where one would expect, while we have a community police forum, they should be able to work with a school governing body, should be able to work with hospital boards or clinic committees, so that they are able to elevate or they're able to address issues of common interest. There's an issue that local government has been very much involved in the fight against crime. I hope I'm not representing the team, because I think there was a concern also from some of the members that local government has not been very much forward in participating in issues of crime prevention. One of the challenges that we learned in the past 10 years, I think, or that we encountered was the funding, the decreasing funding. There's a concern that while crime is increasing, funding has been decreasing dramatically, which actually makes it impossible for crime fighting strategies to be implemented accordingly. There's also, we noted also that there's a lack of quality involvement of traditional leadership in the fight against crime. I think we could go next slide, please. As we continue with that, colleagues, I will only focus on issues that I'm a bit comfortable with, because I realize that some of the issues, because there were 4 capturers, there was some information were not well reconciled, so it will, of course, I think I will not be able to confidently deliberate on some of the matters. There is also a devolution of policing function from, there was also a devolution of police function from to provinces and local municipality. As I already alluded, that we have community policing forum, which is very much instrumental in the fight against crime. They are also resisted by certain cultural groups for economic inclusion. I'm not gonna expand on that. Over the past 10 years, there has been an increase in reporting of GBV cases, apparently due heighten or awareness, raising of awareness, because we deliberated that actually the question is the increasing number of GBV cases, is it because of awareness, or is it because there is an increase? And we also could not run away from the fact that as we were growing up, there were a number of we can still remember some incidences which we think today, we see them today as gender-based violence. Just that in the past, it was just a normalized thing. Like GBV has become a normalized incident in some of the families, or where you find that when an uncle has done something, it gets swept under the carpet and get resolved within the family. Future changes required for better implementation. We said that there's a need to strengthen the legislation to fight crime. And there's a need to collaboratively plan together as we legislate as we enact those legislation. We should also try to bring contending parties to work together. I think one of the issues was that we have people that are resisting, and people that also have resentment. You have blacks on the other side who are saying government has not done enough to address our condition. We still have, I think, more than, if my memory serves me well, more than 39% of our people living in poverty. And on the other side, you have people that, whilst white people, they have certain, they are resistant towards government, and how to bring these two parties together under the reconciliation. We need also to have a legislation that would empower traditional leaders. As I alluded earlier, that they seem to be marginalized in as far as participating in or be empowered in fighting crime. And we need also to have strong monitoring and evaluation systems in place. I think there were a number of concerns by some of the young people yesterday, the student from Sol Plaatje University, who said there's a need for accountability, because how do you make sure that the plan is implemented if you can't hold those that are responsible for implementation to account? We also need to reach out to the young people and be visible, so that they are visible in such programs. One of the concerns, as I alluded earlier, was that whilst there are more powers being devolved to local, to provinces and local structures, you find that it doesn't go with adequate funding. Like you have the CPF who want to do their job, but they cannot be able because they do not have adequate funding. The next one, please. We also said there's a need for platform for community to be able to speak freely and report crime and violence. In other words, if I go to report crime, I must not have fear that tomorrow I may be taken off from this earth. And this is by just making sure that those platforms are reliable in the first place, and you don't have corrupt people who might somehow hinder the reporting of crime. We said we need to have representation in every sector. I think I spoke to this earlier. And to put a system in place where the statistics can also be recorded and reported for GBV victims. I'm not very much clear about this one, but I have members of my commission who will, elevate some of the issues that might need a better clarity. And then next slide, legislative requirement for going forward. We said legislation should include traditional leaders. I think I've already said this. And there must be accountability and responsibility. Stricter laws should be put in place, especially by the Northern Cape Provincial Liquor Board for issuing of special permits. An example was given that, the only place where you find a tavern or a bottle store in a neighborhood or in a residential area is actually in a predominantly black African communities. You never find it anywhere. So why can't we also demarcate and what do they normally say? Yeah, demarcate and have, bottle stores and tavern operating in a business zone. What are the risks and opportunities? We said we need to have safer public areas and socialization for socialization of society. And then the root causes of crime. We said unemployment play a major role, alcohol abuse, poverty, succession fights in the rural communities where you find that there is a battle for traditional leadership, between the brothers or even the related families. And one of the areas is also around land dispute, where once the land restitution has been finalized, and the land being returned to the original owner, then you find community representative coming to, to chase the traditional leaders, out of the land. And we say there's also moral decay in our society, and we need to make sure that that is also being addressed. Lack of law enforcement, I'm not sure about this, someone will help me, and lack of rehabilitation programs in correctional services. In fact, we said we're not sure the type of rehabilitation programs, if they are able to address the issues that, make sure that when the offender goes through the system, they become, rehabilitated into the community effectively. And ensure that trust is built between criminals, officials, and community at large by fostering effective community engagement and provide feedback and transparency. I think this as it needs to be refined, because I think there are a lot of issues that are conflicting with each other here. And funding should be increased for community safety initiative, CPFs, and more effective police response is needed. And here, what we're saying is, as a case study, we need to revisit the successes of COVID-19, whereby the country was effectively, or we were able to address COVID-19 through collective intervention, through collaboration, and there was discipline. How about revisiting those systems that were put in place then? And the last few, Chair, I think it's more of a repetition, so I am tempted to say I'm stopping here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Let me just claim the name, Chair. I am Rodney. the one you were looking for. No, Chair, this is the work done by the Commission on the task that we have been given, but obviously we will be open for engagement with members of the Commission also to add, as well as Commissioner Pillay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, the Social Cohesion Commission. Any additions quickly? Any questions and comments? Quickly. I think the role and the strengthening of traditional leaders has come very often, probably from 3 commissions already. So it's probably something that we need not to forget. Please go ahead. Is it?
So it's something, okay. Sorry, okay, yeah. I was saying, when we talk about community safety, so we must also consider the space that we occupy. So as a planner, we also have to something called design for safety. So for example, so when you design even the future human settlement, so you need to consider the safety. There's a concept, like for example, so if you have kids, then the park must be able to be visible to the mother so that they can see their children play. So what I'm saying is we need to consider that, redefine the space that you find yourself occupying. Not necessarily. All those other elements will be addressed. Of course, we have mentioned it under social cohesion, but we must also consider the space so that we occupy or build our residence. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think we appreciate the input by the colleague. And correctly, as he stated, Chair, we need to design for safety. It needs to be a deliberate process which resides with both local government as well as provincial government. But it further speaks to the silo approach that we are still having as government. We plan for township development, but there's no spatial development planning as well as the area design. So here we need to look at the role of local government, especially needs to be strengthened here, Chairperson. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. You can be seated. So Khosi and Deputy Minister are standing between you and your lunch, your late lunch. So without any waste of time, can I kindly request that we get a vote of thanks from Khosi Pule Bareki, who is the Deputy Chairperson of the Northern Cape Provincial House of Traditional Leaders. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. I have realized that many of us here are not coming from the traditional leadership places. So I don't want tomorrow, maybe if you are visiting my traditional council, then I'm gonna charge a cow for you for not honoring Khosi. When Khosi is coming to the stage, everyone must stand up. But I'm just giving you that idea so that tomorrow when you visit my traditional leader, because really there, I'm gonna charge you something if you're not honoring Khosi properly. Thank you, Program Director. Let me take this opportunity to greet our Deputy Minister, Deputy Minister Mohai, for planning and monitoring and evaluation. And let me say all protocol observed. I deem it a great honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks on the memorable occasion or summit. Let me first of all start by giving glory to the Almighty God for making yesterday and today's occasion a resounding success. Feeling gratitude and not expressing it is like wrapping a present and not giving it. Your contribution on this G20 planning summit, the G20 which initially focused largely on broad macroeconomics issues, but it has since expanded its agenda on inter alia, include trade, sustainable development, health, agriculture, energy, environment, climate change, and anti-corruption. Today, I take this opportunity to express my deepest sense of gratitude and appreciation to all those who made this summit such a resounding success. On behalf of Bokhosi in the Northern Cape, I would like to thank our Premier and his cabinet, and also our Honorable Minister, even though she's not here today, who spared time from the busiest schedule to grace this occasion. Thank you so much, leadership. My heartfelt thanks to the head of various departments and the Solplaatje University students for their valuable contribution, guidance, and encouragement in all our efforts. In conclusion, let us carry forward knowledge gained here to enhance our planning, monitoring, and evaluation efforts. Together, we can achieve our shared goals and make a lasting impact. Thank you. Baya danki, ke a leboga ka pula.
You are fast learners. Thank you very much, sometimes we forget how these things are done. Thanks for the reminder. Colleagues, allow me to welcome on the podium Deputy Minister Seiso Mohai, who is the Deputy Minister in the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, to do the closing address and the way forward. From there, we will go for lunch. I'm not coming back here, and thank you. Have a good travel home and enjoy your lunch and the weekend.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Dr. Mulukwani. And also thanks Kileboe Khosi for mantswe a monate a re kwalla Khosi Pule bareki ha re ha ene pula la utlwa gore Khosi ke Pule. Khosi leina la hae le Pula ke ntho e le nngwe. Ha ene Ra leboha. Mara ke tshaba ka la ho bona the house. That's why afraid to just contribute to pay a cow for the horse. So you quickly corrected yourselves. Thanks very much once again, Program Director. The Premier of the Northern Cape, Dr. Zamani Soul in absentia. The Minister of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, Mme Marupeni Ramokgopa in absentia. Dikgosi tsa rena jwalo ka re boletse, re a leboha. The Director General of the DPME, Dr. Nkuna, the Provincial Director General, Ntate Beke Beke, and the National Planning Commission, all the commissioners here and the Secretariat, the leadership of the university and the administrators, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, members of the Student Representative Council. You've been very vibrant, representing the views of the students and the youth in general. Thank you. Government officials, our commissioners here, heads of department, distinguished guests, I appreciate this opportunity to stand before you this afternoon to close a summit that has been characterized by interesting and fruitful deliberations. This August summit has provided us with a roadmap towards two pinnacle global and domestic events in our national calendar, the G-20 summit and the envisaged national dialogue. I thank the National Commission for the foresight in deciding to host this summit in the Northern Cape. We recognize and appreciate the pivotal role that the Northern Cape province, specifically the Office of the Premier, have played in making this event happen. I'm sure you have realized that the colleagues, the MECs, together with the Premier, really stayed and also participated in various commissions, and even yesterday. So we really appreciate, I think let's really appreciate the contribution of the province, the Premier and the MECs in hosting this event. I'm sure you marveled, as I did, how the warmth of the Northern Cape hospitality has contrasted with the cold weather. I don't want to go there about the extremes. But we are also immensely grateful to the Solplaatje University for making this wonderful venue available to us at a time when the university is dealing with its examination period. And we are really grateful, really, to help us also to reread our history when we are here at Solplaatje province, because history is our home address. We are very grateful. We are also immensely grateful that the university for making this wonderful venue available once again whilst faced with these challenges. The summit was convened under the theme, Charting South Africa's Future, a call for collaborative long-term planning as a foundation for solidarity, equality, and sustainability. As such, we have deliberated and reflected on the trajectory of development from the local and global sphere. As I listen to many contributions, I'm proud of how we have come to this. I'm impressed by the quality and contributions of the participants. The last 2 days assisted us to reflect on the trajectory of our economic development as much as it assisted us to digest past attempts at development planning of our country. We do agree that the NDP was a brave start. Evidently, we gained important insights in terms of performance and planning processes. These last 2 days also demonstrated the significance of regional integration challenges, impacting of the choices that each of the SADC countries can make for their own as well as the other countries in the region. I'm old enough to remember that before the Sustainable Development Goals, we had MGDs, what was popularly known the Millennium Development Goals. When the SGDs were formulated based on these initial goals, we're all convinced that 30 years we set for it would be more than sufficient to ensure that we change the lives of our people across the globe. These are the goals that we used when we drafted our own National Development Plan in 2010. Yet, while the SGDs are crucially important to provide countries with guidance for how to uplift their people, it doesn't mean we disregard our responsibilities as a nation. This is precisely why we need organizations such as NPC to continue to advise and guide us by taking a long-term perspective. Listening to the example of our Malawian neighbors about how they similarly created a National Planning Commission and undertook long-term planning should serve to inspire us. While they may have used our example, they adapted it to ensure that they make it to create their own progress. Equally important is the impact of the current global discourse on development as a country. As we look into addressing our own development challenges, we equally have to balance our aspiration with the changing global environment. The global environment has presented both opportunities for growth in part, but also presented immense opportunities for South Africa to engage meaningfully in the international arena. More importantly, how do we engage in the blue ocean economy to take advantage of increasing traffic in our oceans? This will require more work that we deliberate, also in various efforts to invest in ports infrastructure to enable spin-off from servicing passing sea traffic. We also are encouraged to fast-track private sector investment into our port infrastructure and management. Forward and backward linkages of our ocean economy require all of us, our efforts in building our country's logistic capabilities. We also need to expand manufacturing as a country to address the stubborn unemployment, inequality, and poverty in our country. We need to expand the manufacturing sector. And to expand the manufacturing sector requires us to be deliberate in our industrial development policy. So the industrial development policy requires to be in our planning systems moving forward so that we are much more systematic and deliberate in addressing our developmental goals. Our economic development hinges on our ability to resolve current creeping challenges of our utilities. Our country must resolve the current infrastructure challenges of electricity generation and distribution. The last 10 years documented the significance of energy security for short, long-term economic stability. There is, of course, notable progress in this regard, but more still needs to be done. Water is increasingly becoming a national emergency. We must act with speed to address impending crises. In this regard, we must prioritize building of required competencies in terms of human capital for management of our water resources. Water infrastructure has become national priority. There are two critical issues, perhaps a bit unrelated, is the problem of crime in all its forms. We need to pause as a country and reflect on the level of criminality that can no longer be tolerated. Our children are being kidnapped, maimed, and killed. The elderly and weak are violated, murdered under our own noses. Society is under siege. The people are vulnerable and anxious. South Africa is becoming a crime scene. We need to respond to this situation decisively. We must wake up from our slumber and confront elements of economic sabotage. We must deal decisively with perpetrators of gender-based violence and femicide. Crime is a human right violation, and the outcry for declaration of the state of emergency against all forms of criminal activities can no longer be ignored. Of course, there are issues of modalities, but the principle of acting swiftly to establish the authority of the state against all forms of crime remain a resounding outcry. Equally important is a societal outcry for increasing population of undocumented migrants in a country and need for effective and efficient immigration control and management. These issues can no longer be ignored if we are to pursue the goal of planned and systematic economic development aimed at fostering equality, poverty reduction, and inclusivity. All of us know in South Africa, in what we refer to as downtown, in the afternoon, many of our people who are doing our informal business leave the area because criminals take over at dawn. So it's becoming increasingly a problem that our people cannot operate freely in the taxi ranks and so forth without seeking protection from some of these who act in a hyena-like behavior. These issues can no longer be ignored if you are to pursue many of our developmental goals. Our national planning processes must foster alignment between all spheres of government. This planning must seek to ensure fair distribution of economic activity across the province, across the country. The current concentration of economic activity has a detrimental long-term effect. We elaborated on these issues yesterday. Can be concentration among 3 provinces and the rest of the 6 provinces suffer. We have to really address development holistically. While I have attempted to lift out lessons from discussions and briefings, it is important that we begin to think about what next. As our Honorable Minister pointed out yesterday, this summit must set the basis for our next long-term plan. I'm sure that you will also agree that the overwhelming conclusion that we all can draw from these rich discussions and many varied ideas is that while we have come a long way, the journey is not over, and the work that lies ahead of us will require that we all pitch in very much like we did to make this event happen. We must take these lessons and priorities. We must begin to chart the way forward. It is important that this roadmap not only outline the journey of the few, but that we take the rest of the country with us. As we all know, national dialogue will ensure that we hear from many members of society as possible, from private sector, religious communities, traditional leaders and their communities, civil society organization, labor sector, among others. It will try to get as many views as possible, and for some of us who belong to more than one communities, we'll have many opportunities to bring our different perspectives to bear as required. It is therefore important that the outcomes of these discussions similarly inform and guide the discussions of the national dialogue. This will provide the foundation for the deeper and wider discussions. Let the battle of ideas continue. Baya danki re a leboga.
I had said I'm not coming back here, but I have been informed that we did Khosi wrong, and on behalf of all of us and those that designed the program, we apologize. Khosi was supposed to have spoken last, and half is a bua, honam ope obua. Rokopa maitshwarelo. I got information ya gore bile ra go fainiwa khomo eo, so I avoid a khomo eo, so you should understand next time when we send emails to you to fundraise for khomo, it's because of what we did today. Re kopa tshwarelo. Enjoy your lunch, enjoy your weekend, a long weekend. Thank you very much for staying throughout the afternoon. Thank you, sir.